Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb.
Says, I still want to talk about this guy's headband. We're in a closed room. Now, Ava's just going to be a good person. But I appreciate that. Thank you for the total of 200 bits, my friends. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, look at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight. But before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent at being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. That's fine. That's fine, Wolf. I appreciate you, buddy. How you doing, by the way? I hope you're feeling better. I hope you're doing better, my friend. Like, guys, I just appreciate you guys being here. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overconfident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. That editor is amazing. What, for this game? Yes, I can see that. And I hope hold on, I'm double checking my chat. Okay. For some odd reason, my chat said connecting again. Oh, no, video editor? Okay. Yeah, it is pretty damn good. I spent, I forget how much I spent, but I got the, I got almost all the add-ons. Yes, I could see that. About this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, that. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had came from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Naka, thank you for the lurk, my dude. You're amazing. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis in his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. Oh, Ava, you're telling me. The thing that sucks about the telemarketer that's been calling my place is I'll tell him to put us on the do not call list, which is what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to respond and say, yes, we'll do this. They're supposed to have a whole line of stuff you're gonna say, of stuff they're gonna say. But the last 3 calls that they've done, every time I say it, they hang up on me. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. I still love the fact that they're not even trying to hide it. They just changed the last name. That's all they did. I bet you in the Japanese version, it's Dr. John H. Watson. I'll bet you that. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking forward to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you! Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. It's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back to the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before these old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of your sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. Worth an extra large portion, of course! Ha ha ha! My goodness. '22nd November. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchie, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Ugh. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendships between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Wow, Kazuma's really freaking laying it on him. Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. Thank you, Counsel. The court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brulette. Yes! Your Excellency! Oh my God! Oh my God! What the fuck? Is this a woman or a swan? This woman has a swan on her goddamn hat. Wow, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea! My UK friends, is this true? No. I say it here, he says it there. No idea. So, ahem. More like Guinness. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation to the court? Of course. My name is Totaru Hasanaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter of La Carnival, but my true... Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hasanaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yeah, your description of the amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, we didn't escape a power of observation aside. Your powers of description are sorely lacking. No shit! There's a swan on her fucking hat! Guilty! So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. I have, and obviously she speaks. Okay, in this game, this is supposed to be what what writers actually just depict English when nobody understands it. Crimson, welcome on in. Apparently, this is what writers depict what English is when nobody understands what they're saying. Yes, Dr. Cursive, yes. Sounds like English to me. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in UMay University's medical facility. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the Dorset towns are the delightful language of the British people. Ouchie? You sure you don't want to kiss some ass some more? I'm afraid I don't understand a word you're saying, but it's as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I could tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll probably do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention to your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brulette. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She said... You mean to say she said all that shit just to say yes? This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your represented eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Like, first off, how in the hell can a swan like that fit a head? Well, we are in the 19th century, my dude. We are in the 19th century. Let's not forget that. I know. Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order! Order in court! Oh, I know. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. All right, time for another witness testimony. Time for another witness testimony, my dudes. Dun, dun, dun. But before that, I need a refill. I need to go ahead and get a refill because I've already drank one Hawaiian punch. So I shall be right back real quick. I love you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. You guys are amazing. And it's only Tuesday. Thank you for the luck, my friend. Like I said, you guys are amazing. And I hope you guys are enjoying this story so far. All right, let's get to it. Now, obviously, I'm not going to read this cursive dialogue. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After all, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Oh, dude, you're fine, man. I will say this. If you're not subscribed to my YouTube channel, check it out through !socials. I will be uploading yesterday's video to YouTube, so you can actually watch the entirety of what you've missed. I will also, by the way, guys, whenever I'm playing this game, I will do my best to recap. So that way, you guys can catch up and see what happens. So basically, this was the woman that the police force was trying to hide. We don't know why. But now we're listening to her testimony, and then we get to pick it apart. So, like I said, !socials. If you want to find my YouTube. After a while, the accused came over. Yeah, they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before the eyes. Popping in to say hi, but I'm also about to sleep. My computer's still not up and running yet, so I don't have a desk yet. So I'm sorry for not being around, but I hope you are well and hope your stream goes well. Love you lots. Charlie Bob, we heckin' love you. We heckin' love you, okay? You are amazing. Seriously, love you. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Okay, that right there, that phrase alone should get people suspicious. I don't carry a gun myself. Wow!
Yes!
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this Snow White angel. She has a swan on her hat. That alone is suspicious. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is gonna believe. How about the truth, dirtbag? Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blow it out when you go to like that. That's the lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brown was not involved, so I let her go. Testimonies of the last two were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, The lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. Even with the swan? Wait a minute. She was eating? Like, who was doing the eating? You were the swan. Charlie Bob, is this how women dress in the UK? Is this how women dress? It's not how I dress. Apparently. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't. Or this lady just... As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a fire. Have you looked... How about the hat? How about... Well, actually, there's nowhere in her person that she could conceal a firearm that you as a man would dare to search. Like, do you see how her skirts are? She looks like a bad Marilyn Monroe. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. I say it here, he says it there. Unless, and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. Of course it is. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere. It's called a halter top. It's called stockings. It's called a wrap around your goddamn thigh. Those are the witness' own words on the matter. Oh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed... If only I... Ryunosuke is thinking what we're all thinking. And I know, sure, just lift up her dress. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady is hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. You motherfuckers saw that, right? All of a sudden, I feel like Jimmy Kudo. I feel like Jimmy Kudo in freaking Case Closed / Detective Conan going, why are you smiling? We just need to find the pieces, guys. We just need to find the pieces. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Let's see, I had arranged to meet. You know, I want to see something. We're going to press this statement.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of the fact? It seems so, yes. She heard about that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right? Also, I'm noticing something about this picture. I am noticing something. Take a... My UK friends. Is this how a steak is supposed to be eaten in a diner? Those look like teeth marks. Those look like teeth marks. Terfendiel! Last time I checked, you're supposed to have a fork and knife and gently cut this. So what did she do? Did she just take the whole steak and just go... The swan ate it? By the way, Terfendiel, I'm not guilty. You can't prove it. I am not guilty. That it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. My God, Ouchie! Why don't you just shove your face so far up her ass? Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water? What do you think, Rionesky, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us. What is this profound bearing? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness' last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Blatt! Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Cosmo. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? I know. The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could only use that phrase. I hope there's some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience from that, Rionosque. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Cheers. So, they toasted, is what you're saying. Wait. Wait. How? What's wrong with this picture, chat? Where's the other one?
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what is odd about, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ugh. Rionosque, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. Yeah. If that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah, you're quite right, counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over Minatai? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minatai, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. but there should be 2 glasses on the table. Are you trying to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It was seen that Miss Brett who took the glass. It was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. Chat? If it was me, I would have shoved that steak into my big mouth and ran. Like, I'm sorry, do you know how much steak costs even in the 19th century? If you are lucky enough to have a freaking steak dinner, a beef steak dinner, you bite the shit out of it. Bah! There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. You must remember that this student has just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in a state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? Then do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? Yes, I am. What? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Ava says, oh, if she was so shattered and so traumatized by the murder, then how did she have sense enough to take the damn glass? She did it! The woman is guilty! And go to her presentation right after, too. Right, chat? By the way, I love the fact that we are so engaging with this, by the way. I love this. I love the fact of how engaging we are in this game. Just us together as a community. I love that. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag? A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handbag pouch commonly carried to well-to-do women in England. Sir, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the facts remain that this glass has absolutely no bearing to this case. The student's been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. One so far. Welcome on in, my friend. How you doing? Indeed. The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. Right on one so far. If there's deeper significance, I think it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags with small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated that the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. What do you... Hold up. I do apologize. Yeah, I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he then fired the gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting... Inspector Hasanaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Blood's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Order! 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 Order, chat! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show her the contents at that time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Wow, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Why are you just giving us this now? This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. Oh, it's one of those handbags. It's one of those handbags. That's right. Apparently meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly, so there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhito-san. I'm trying to figure that out too. Inspector Hatsunaga, you will submit this print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted in the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. Patience, guys. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say you put quite up a fight for a rookie student. But the weaker meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. Nintendo, welcome on in. How you doing, my friend? How you doing?
Finish him.
A fat you could chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little Ryunosuke Naruhito, having considered all the evidence placed before me.
Yes!
Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke! I don't think you can rule on this case just yet.
Objection!
I think that was the meaning behind that. Ouchie. I think that was the meaning behind that. I think that was intentional. I think that was the game's intention for you to think that. In the original game, his name was literally Payne. Payne. The amateurness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That's the most basic protocol in the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the significance, some significant detail, I mean, the ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at the photographic print. I haven't had a chance to examine it. I have not had a chance to examine it. You guys didn't let me examine it. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman is carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Yunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. Wait! Guys? Do you guys see something in this photograph? Look at the hand. The thing on the steak plate. However, I failed to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Yeah. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned, that if I am unsatisfied by your response, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Fitz! My dude! Welcome on in. We are under trial. So take another look at this photographic print Inspector Hasanaga submitted before. You will identify for the court when in the print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Right fucking there. Right fucking there.
Yes.
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would have come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed that when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea what the victim suffered this burn, do we? Yes, I do! And no possible way of knowing either. Fitz, how you doing, dude? The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. Yes, I smell what the bull is cooking! However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. You're doing better? Good, dude. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What you thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we could just link that burn to the case. If we could do that, it might be able to prise the shutting door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between the burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence to prove what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Yeah, it's that right there. It's fucking that.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at that time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a while longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy! If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there is an emblem on this plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate. Yeah, this emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It's most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hasanaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But, I would say, looking at this picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This is no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As a head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. You know, they make a good point. Why the hell did the victim not scream? If it was me and I had a burn like that, I would have cried out. I've had burns. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
You make a good point, Doug. You make a good point. That's what and honestly, I think your point is spot on. There you have it. Something isn't right here. We're about to find out. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hasanaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would, without question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson there's only one. Only one of these, yeah. That's the only explanation. If it was me and I had a burn on my chest, if I had a burn on my wrist, I would have screamed. Dr. Wilson was already dead. Melly, welcome on in. There's no blood here. Like, there's just a burn mark. Yeah, also he is, that's the other thing. I did notice this too. I think this will be brought up, but I did notice this. Yeah, if Brett was sitting there, why? That's the question. We're about to get to this. By the way, guys, Melly, I recommend you guys follow her if you haven't done so already. So anyway, I'm drinking plenty of Hawaiian Punch today because of the fact that my voice is starting to cut out. Follow you, Melly. Dude, you're fine. I couldn't make it this morning. I honestly couldn't make it. So yeah, there's that. Mind you, this is a post-mortem report. Understand something about this game. In the 19th century, the only ones who was doing autopsies was England at best. Fitz, you realize this game has nothing to do with the original, right? I'm just saying. But you also gotta remember this, Fitz, and this is just my own opinion. It's on all systems. I have it on Switch. But you also gotta remember this. How long from now till when you're about to stream this? Let me ask you that. Because I know you, dude. I know you, dude. How do you know you're not going to forget everything that's on here? I'll be honest, man. When I watched you play Danganronpa, I'm probably forgotten half of it. You understand? I've probably forgotten about 80% of it. So that's just a thought, dude. Now, honestly, if you were playing this game, say, this Friday, for example, I say yeah. I say yeah. Go ahead. I say yeah. Lurk away and avoid spoilers. But like I said, my question to you is: will you forget everything in this game when you eventually get to this game? That's my question. Just a thought, my friend. But it's up to you, my dude. It's up to you. But that's the reason why I say that. Anywho. Yeah, the victim was already dead. And besides, Fitz, I love having you here. You know that. I love you, brother. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead? Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order! Order! Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot? Yeah, the victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. How do you know? You did no autopsy. There is no such thing as an autopsy in Japan in the 19th century. The best you had was a report from pictures. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Professor Ouchie. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. Yeah, and we also realize, Ouchie, pain, P-A-Y-N-E, pain, ouchie. Oh, dude, by the way, Crimson, you're fine, my dude. Remember, if you need to sleep, by all means, get some sleep. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, then the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you'll have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency! This justice system is in our country, maybe in its infancy. But rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. You bitch! Not only is she a bitch, but she's racist! I do apologize. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you have so gracefully afford us. Yeah. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I shall now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. Yeah, guys. Yeah. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Alright. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem reports show no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Oh my good. Oh my good. Okay. She's a bitch. That's what happened. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Listen to this shit. Listen to this shit. No. I got it. She's a murdering SJW. That's what she is. I'm sorry. I really am. Oh my God. She fucking went there. She fucking went there. Chat, she fucking went there. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. How about you insulted not only me and about 18 fucking people in this fucking chat, okay? You are officially a Karen. By the way, how you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing well. Well, she does have a swan on her. That's a swan on her hat. Does anybody got an oven in the 19th century? Does anybody have an oven? Anyway, not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's blood is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Defense about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. No, thanks. Was that a person? No. You want to adopt it? I want to cook it. Let's have chicken. Anyways. I'm having a blast, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm having a blast. Like, seriously, guys. I'm going to say right now, all of you guys are family, and I'm having a blast doing this with you guys. I feel like the engagement between you and me is getting better just from this game. So seriously, thank you, my family. So I will go ahead and say it one more time. You are part of the village, one of the family.
One of the family, part of the village. One of the family, part of the village. One of the family, part of the village. One of the family.
Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. Yes. She has to put up with the cross-examination. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I think we struck a nerve. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, but this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Wonderful. This guy ain't giving us much choice. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with your cross-examination. I love how my guy just slaps himself in the face to calm himself. I love how he basically just slaps himself in the face to basically calm himself, my friends. So, what we're going to do, my friends, is we are going to cross-examine
Yes!
but his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Don't you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open. You can't not have noticed that, can you? Huh? What? That. The dear lady is absolutely right. Rianowski, shut up! Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? No, it is humanely impossible. It is humanely impossible not to scream with a burn like that. Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway. Moon pie? Are you talking about like those little snacks? Anyway.
Yes!
They still have them at my price chopper. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. So it's storming at my house. We just had a storm clear not that long ago. And by the way, Turf, I hope you stay safe, my friend. I hope you stay safe. Damn you. Rude much? Rude much? I have enough English to understand that, at least for the benefit of others in the court. It means bless you. Oh my god, oh man. Baldy, you're an idiot. Terfendio, stay safe. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway, as far as I've heard, the yeah, I've already read this. Let's just go ahead and basically I'm trying to press everything. We're trying to get as much when in doubt, my friends, get as much information as you can. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there was no other signs of trauma in the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. I'm just saying, Turp, just stay safe, okay?
Start.
Yes. 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 Yes, it is. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had been cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Ag. If there's some, yeah, I've said this before. So we're gonna press on this statement.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. You gotta understand, they don't understand how that works at this time. Without leaving a trace, if someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hasanaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all kinds of deaths. That's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a young, sweet lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takasutsu Ouchie, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. And that's the last one.
Yes!
Inferior, what do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right! La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction,
Wait.
vital evidence may be lost. What the fuck was that? No, no, no. Hasanaga? Hasanaga. Why? In the dingestry, as Hermit would say, why are you suddenly coughing, and why do you have a thinking bubble, as comic books would say? What is on your mind? What is on your mind? It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand. I highly doubt he's been poisoned. I don't know yet. We're about to find out. Aha! Ha ha! A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. You call that? With the swan on her hat. Beautiful. Really?
Amazing.
He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, it's not turning up any new information. Yeah, it doesn't mean he's been poisoned. We don't know yet. That's the thing. That's the curious thing. But I don't think he's been shot. Like, I don't think he died to a gunshot. It might be. It might be. Oh, about the inspector? Yeah, that might be. That might be with Hasanaga. I don't know. You gotta remember, this was the 19th century. Not even medicine wasn't even as good as it is in this day and age. So, yeah. Yes, as I suspected. I mean, heck, even anesthesia was new at this time. As I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma? What were you, Nosuke? There's one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hasanaga. The detective, yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, so if it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. I think we're getting tutorial time, guys. I think we're getting tutorial time. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press misread on our last statement again. Three, 4, 5.
Yes.
Alright, this is the same thing I just voice acted, guys. So I'm gonna skip through this until up to the point where we see that little thought bubble. Right there. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in a stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ionosuke. It also has to do with the witness marker. What marker? Like I said, tutorial time, guys. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's actually making the current statement. So basically, that's what this means. This is new, by the way. This little mechanic is new to the Ace Attorney series. As far as I know, this has never happened before. But try moving the marker, try moving and get your attention. While you look at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker with my D-pad and focus on the detective. And then pursue him with A. And let's see what's on his mind. Here we go!
Wait.
See?
Excuse me.
What's the meaning of this? That's cool. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts deeply. It looks like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps haven't heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately! Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady's right. Our country police practices are not as modern as those used in Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hasanaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What was everyone's first video game that got them into gaming for me? For me, it was Mega Man 3. The first game ever that I've played was Super Mario / Duck Hunt. However, the game that officially got me hooked on gaming was Spider-Man Carnage. And that was on the Sega Genesis. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touch a nerve there. Take this for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle, I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. This is a good thing, okay? This is a very good thing. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. You guys are amazing, by the way. I want you guys to remember that. Thank you for being here. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Yes. Alright. Alright, let me take a look at all these. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Label is written in a foreign language I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be a very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Nothing else I can examine.
Yes!
What is this? A bottle of water? Not yet. I didn't find anywhere we can examine that. Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from the glass? Order! Order! I say order, chat! I say order, chat! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one. There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You know, rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we are only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling of what your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not the political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Grr. Ahem. If I may, I will silence you.
Shut up!
This lady is not good. This lady is not good, my dude. Derek, I'm playing as Ryunosuke no Hodo, and we're being accused of murder. And now we are coming things to light that the victim in question, Dr. John H. Wilson, Dr. John H. Wilson may not have been shot at all, but poisoned. And by the way, Hermit, if you like old-fashioned mystery novels, you may recognize what this guy looks like. And I think this game does this on purpose. So anyway, let me get my voice acting voice all ready. It is you who should be silent. Of course. dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. Crimson, by the way, guys, I do apologize for this. I do apologize. But somebody wants the bird. To Ouchie and the lady. Yes! Hermit, we freaking love you. Yeah. Anywho, I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? Hermit, that clip is forever in this VOD. That clip is forever in this VOD. I am not going to edit this VOD when I upload it to YouTube. I mean, I'm not going to edit that clip out. It's the snack, the marshmallow sandwich. I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. Doing an item randomizer? Oof. Interesting indeed. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. In this country? We can find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think the cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused who by his own admission was holding this weapon is the only culprit. I'm done for. This court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. That's a new one. Hi! Please wait. Isn't that? What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the defense. Mikotoba? No! Mikotoba! In my darkest hour with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in Swarovski's cloth. Chat, I'm gonna save real quick. I'm gonna get a quick drink. I'm gonna take a quick sip. All right, and then we're going to continue. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into the court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now. What is it? A report of something? Written in English. It's Giselle Blett's research. Wait, what? The English woman's... After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't he? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare. Curare. I think we have just got the final piece. The pieces are coming together, guys. Curare. I know what this is, but this game is about to explain what curare is. Curare? What's that? I've never heard of that word before. Time's up! Prosecution demands that the immediate removal of this female trespasser from this courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. A report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time at UMay University. Goodbye then, and good luck. You have had long enough, counsel. You cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution now and defense. Now, I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to court? I presume not, but the prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Mianowski, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does now have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question, however. I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Yeah, this.
Yes!
Mr. Zalbert, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMay University doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Poison? Where are you going on with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it!
But chat, if you, tell me, do you guys know of this poison? I want you guys to tell me yes or no. Do you guys know? You wouldn't have done. In the 19th century, there was no way the Japanese could have known.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country.
It doesn't exist?
Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order! Order! Order, chat! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribes people of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from an extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These are utter trumpery!
No. Hold up. We'll get to that. We haven't looked at that quite yet. We'll get to that. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. Yeah, it's all good, Crimson. I understand you're excited. It's okay to be excited. I'm glad you guys are right with me on this, okay? I'm glad you guys are with me on this, guys. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are excited. It makes me happy that you guys are interacting with me so well on this. I'm loving this, okay? It's okay. It's okay, my friends. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean? The other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible sign of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there will be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with the chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. But I don't know. I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant, which we're actually about to go into the book right now. I want you to take a look at this. A poison made from the bark, yeah, it says right here. Affects instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Wait. When the poison enters the body through a wound. Yeah. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Yeah. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. Everything is making perfect sense. Elfie, welcome on in. We've had so many wonderful beans today. Elfie, you are amazing. Hermit, you are amazing. My friends, welcome on in. And by the way, guys, I highly recommend you guys try this game at some point or another. We just got the final puzzle. The pieces are connecting. The pieces are connecting. And I'm going through this my entire head. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. Ooh. Take care, Ava. Thank you for being here. That's hideous! To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. We just found out that curare was the cause of death. Dr. John H. Wilson drank this drink, thinking it was just water. Because he was told not to drink anything but water. After a tooth extraction. After a tooth extraction. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle council actually contains this terrifying poison? No, that's not necessarily. Remember what the research book says. No, remember what the research book says. It entered through a wound, like that of a blowpipe dart. Entered through a wound.
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work, and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him of a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea that some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules! Huh. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency? Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Dude? Why? Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, the whole affair is a farcical comedy. Calm down, Crimson. It's all good. Let's just figure out the why. Let's try to figure out the why. We already know the how. You also got to remember this is the 19th century. They weren't too strict on the rules. Remember that. This is the 19th century. Back then, like, especially in Japan, they were still in its infancy as far as lawyer days. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's all good, buddy. It's all good. Like I said, guys, I'm happy that you guys are excited as I am. I love the fact that you guys are basically interacting with me, okay? It's all good. And by the way, I love the fact that you guys are as into this as I am. So thank you, guys. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers.
Oh, I understand, Millie. I understand. It's okay. Like I said, by the way, this type of excitement, I love the excitement you guys are giving. I love this. Okay? But like I said, just try to think. Try to think, guys. Wait. What are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Yeah, I understand. She's trying. I know what she's pulling. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? I don't think so. You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Good. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Not necessarily, chat. Because we read something a little bit earlier. Not necessarily. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the hindrance of friendship between our countries. We're about to get to it. Just let me get to, like I said. Yes, dear lady, we are most gratified in all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she? I already know how. How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. You know what? I'll bet you they didn't see the second line. They didn't see the second line. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have been keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. The bottle of water contains poison. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool? Are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw
Miss Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well, if the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? It's right here. Through a wound, my friends. It's right here. The special characteristics, route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blow
by a blowpipe dart. The reason why Dr. Wilson died is because he had his tooth extracted. It had not began to heal yet. He was still under the effects of anesthesia. Miss Brett doesn't have any wounds in her mouth. So when she drank the water, she came out unscathed.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That is not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. The impudent young scoundrels try to ridicule the cure, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the particular pertinent section, counsel. Okay, so Moonstar, welcome on in. How you doing? What they're saying about the pertinent section, this book is written almost entirely in English. Everyone in this court does not understand English because we're in Japan. However, Susato has made particular notes translated. So, we are reading the notes. Which section of this report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. Ouchie. Shut up for a second. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes. Good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, it makes sense. Yes, that the mention of that particular detail seems a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects, however. When it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion!
Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be.
Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers, what are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
Actually, yes, he would. And I already know how.
Ah! That's right!
Good gracious. I already know how.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand. No? Order! Order in the court! Order! Order, I say! The logic holds. If the lady or the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Okay, basically, my main character, Ryunosuke, to sum up, let me actually give a quick summary. My main character is charged with murder. But originally, the charge was to John H. Wilson. They are charging me with shooting him in the chest. But now, because of the fact that in Japan in the 19th century, there was no such thing as autopsy. There was no such thing as autopsy. The best we've had was a post-mortem report with pictures. That's the best we've had. And we've been able to deduce that there is no way that John H. Wilson could have been shot. So, instead, he was poisoned by drinking his drink with curare. And for those of you who don't know, curare, when drunk, when given into a open wound, has terrifying results. In fact, the special characteristics, the effects cause instant paralysis of the entire body and death, even in minute doses through a wound. And so, yeah, it causes almost instant death. So basically, John H. Wilson was in agony, and nobody could know about it. That explains the burn mark. Yeah. That explains
this little burn mark that he's got, that explains why the wound on his chest doesn't have any large blood around him. And it also explains why nobody heard him scream. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would have been affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this chaotic poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
I beg to differ.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
I have all the pieces. I have all the pieces. What is this welling up inside me? Chat? Yeah, Ryunosuke, it's the same feeling I'm feeling. So, it's the feeling of punching somebody in the butt. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire. To take down my prey.
Objection.
I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett.
How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why. Guys, the music. The music just kicked up a notch. I'm just noticing this. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence, as we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? It's literally right over here. It's literally right here. Medical report card. Dr. Wilson had a tooth extracted. In fact, it says so. If you actually investigate this right here, it says so. Dr. Wilson had a tooth extracted, and he was still under the effects of anesthesia. He was still under the effects of anesthesia. The moment he drank that water, he was dead. He was dead on it. He was basically a dead man walking. Because his tooth had not healed.
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. Or a dead man sitting, yes. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You've used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy, you'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. Yeah. 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 Let me get a drink real quick. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy, but I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we, if there ever was poison in the bottle or not. Oh, you. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course. Of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. Oh my god, I want to smack this dude. Yeah. That's right. That's right. And really, look at this photograph. It's as clear as day, isn't it?
The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him was from the front. Is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day using karate. And then in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say, and I shot your professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm trying to figure that out as well. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ugh. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. But if there are any clues left to us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. Are we about to use colors and smells into this now? What I saw, what I felt. Every color. That steak just... Am I the only one who noticed that the shape of that steak almost changed? As if from recollection and memory? Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory in the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Yes. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Haha, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's swipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait.
It's been nagging me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is, could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere, the clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is. So now,
Take that!
honestly, Cosma is pretty awesome, okay? I do like his character. Inspector Hasanaga, answer me this.
Yes? What is it?
He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for the perfection in your investigations, don't you?
Absolutely.
I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where you go with Where you go with this, little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. No, the report said it had no exit wound. No exit wound. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies that the plate must have been between the victim and the shooter. Which means that the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett.
I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you have been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. That is still unexplained. We know that the inspector has a coughing issue, which causes him to have a trickle of blood come down at the side of his face. We just don't know why. I don't know if this game is going to explain that, but that's still a mystery as far as that is concerned. We just don't know yet. It could be just the Ace Attorney game, just giving that extra, like, flair for character. It could just be the Ace Attorney games giving an extra flair for character. The series has been known to have sometimes ridiculous characters. Just take Dick Gumshoe, for example. And I love Dick Gumshoe. I hope not either. But we got, I think, 10 cases. 10 episodes in this game. So we got content for days in this game. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Patience, my friends, patience. We don't know yet. Just remember, no speculation. No speculation. Inspector. But if I do know how this game works, we'll probably get a further analog of the story, of the character's story, especially if we see them again. I don't even know if we'll end up seeing them again in the next few episodes, but we'll see. Court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. Wait. Wait. Let me check a message real quick. I'm just making sure if my sister's not getting off work early. No, we good. It's okay. It's okay. I appreciate you guys being excited about this. I want you guys to think, okay? I want you guys to think. And I'm happy that you guys are into this. The blood could have been cleaned off. We don't know. But here's the thing. If the blood was cleaned off, wouldn't that make the inspector in on it? Because the inspector said that he took all of the evidence. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. Heh, heh, heh. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I really don't like this woman. But something
Something is bugging me about that plate, though. Something is bugging me about that plate, though. You see, yeah, I've already read this. Ugh. I couldn't agree more, because I'm a kiss ass like that. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire. No. Hold on, Crimson. I'll explain. Something's been bugging me. No, that's not what's bugging me about that plate. That is not what's bugging me about that plate. I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. The steak was overcooked? No, that's not what's bugging me. I'll explain in a moment. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! The sorry-looking steak reveals all the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Thank you for finally letting me examine it. Was the plate I saw or thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Vianovsky. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. I'm thinking. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Yes, let's. First off, what do you guys see that's wrong with the steak? My friends in the UK, if you are still here, what do you guys see that is wrong with the? Would somebody from England eat a steak like this? Honestly, would a steak like this be eaten like this? I am seeing teeth marks. As if somebody basically picked up the steak and just chomped on it. I do not believe a proper English woman would have eaten a steak like this. I believe I would have eaten a steak like this. Wait! Do you guys know what this is? Do you guys know what's under that freaking plate? A coin. A coin. We had last night we had two witnesses, an old man and a sergeant. The sergeant was penniless, but the old man did not care about the gunshot or the gun. The old man was too busy looking for a Hohe era coin. And he said he never found it. I think we just found it. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era. I believe. I think you're onto something. I think you're onto something. I think we've got the wrong plate. No, I mean, what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era, too. That would make it quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look. What? Are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure, my heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat and peer it underneath it for a price. I know. Melly, we heckin' love you. Thank you for being here. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Yeah. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Yes, we do. That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue. There is another... Yes! There is another clue. Yeah. Fitz, we found a bullion inside a bullion. The game literally pulled a Fitz and did a pun. Your Excellency, please wait. The plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteaks. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Blatt. We must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I am completely satisfied, be it that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. I love this judge. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show to the court to what you are alluding. But precisely on this beefsteak is the new clue to be found. Oh, we've already seen this. So apparently I was supposed to do it here. Yeah, I've already seen this. So...
Got it!
there we go. Good gracious, that's... a Koban? What on earth?
A horror error one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? This could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoe Koban just happens to be underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoe Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant of the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up, Ouchie.
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it's you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here?
The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of the coin if he can explain what's it doing under that steak.
The owner?
Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to.
The owner of the Koban was found underneath the beefsteak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Kuryo... basically, Kolokuta-san. Kolokuta-san. As in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying he was up to something with this Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired.
The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the horror era Koban, my prized coin.
Then as horror era Koban, do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No. Please, why would Kolokuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and his plate?
It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Kolokuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find out its key element in the case. We're getting to it, guys. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a slice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Kurakuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen the... Wrong! Yes! That's it! The one! The very one! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendidly high treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day! It can't be! As I thought. Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool! Put me out of my misery! Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned beans juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? I think I know who. No. Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Fitz, yeah, it's not the baby. We know it's not the baby. I mean, and by the way, Fitz, you and your puns. I mean, sorry, Crimson, it's not the baby. We know it's not the baby, but I think I know who it is. Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hasanaga. No, it ain't the bitch. Proceed, yeah, okay. I think I know what's going. I think the pieces are all there. Only one thing makes sense. I mentioned this early on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similar executed thefts, targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. Oh, I understand. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. Damn it, Fitz. I'll get to your squats momentarily. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurakuta-san's koban is all too clear. No, the thing is, if I do the 5 squats now, I'm not going to have time. Meaning I'm going to have to end this on a cliffhanger. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole the koban? This guy. That's the only explanation.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iasanosa. What? How dare you monster! Monster?
I stole that Coban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido is the mastermind behind all this! Wow, even the father is accusing the baby. Wow! Wow! He blames the kid! You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. You, Sergeant Iasanosa, prepare to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place, and I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living. Yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly unbelievable. And your target that day was the old man and his Koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without trouble at all. A valuable phantom thief you are. It was all set to leave the steak. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling on your own time. Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady. Of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency! Indeed. No, she may not. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. No, it's related. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well, now that all questions concerning this witness testimony has been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Minovsky, what's the matter? What's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words that got me thinking. I can't quite work it out what exactly, but something that she said jarred with me. I feel like there's a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry. You could think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of the idea astounds me. And as for picking up your stick and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. She just screwed herself. She just screwed herself. Her own words have damned her. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'll let the game explain. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly were contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? Let's see. Okay, it's in there somewhere. Crime scene photograph. Oh, it's the crime scene photograph. Yes, it's this one. This is the table that the victim died in. That's the very steak that was chomped on.
Take that!
Photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett has been eaten before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. No. You get what I'm saying. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? Yeah, died at the table. You get what I'm saying. I'm extremely obvious. It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge of where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at the steak in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the wizard says she claims wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, therefore there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is that? What is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss... Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, that will be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything... I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacle samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers?
Finish him.
Clearly the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implication these teeth marks in the stake have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last it all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstains I know I saw somehow seem to have disappeared. And more importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have been presented to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking to hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? Just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial's run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit that piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the evidence that will reveal this?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hasanaga. What? I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's your... Yeah. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosha told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak, and as well as admitting to stealing Korikuta-san's coin. He told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosha, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative. Of course, I might be a soldier in imperial armor, but still, I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she might be manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosha's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense! The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. But of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront of the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly! Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two plates over? You did switch the plates! Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of me, right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stick and hid the coin underneath it. When the waiter announced it, he was an undercover policeman. I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my side of meat,
That'd be it. I begin my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, Prosecutor Stan. What now? I swung the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Osip switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate on it back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only took Miss Brett's steak in the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please present to the court now the plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
What could that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on this case.
Objection!
No, you're not wiggling your way out of it this time, lady.
I beg your pardon.
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why that steak pan promised to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the one who's decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defense remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate, there was the director behind Dr. Wilson. There was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Whew. Sorry for keeping you. That's the plate. Here's the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. There you have it, guys. The bloodstain is clearly visible. Look.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there was only one person who could have shot the person from the front. In fact, there was only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. I have been wanting this to happen. Yeah. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you. Outdone by a Japanese. Me by a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no. Chat? What did we just... I mean, I kind of expect this to go with the Ace Attorney series, but yeah, please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Blatt, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. Maybe we'll actually get the truth. It is I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter. But the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor. Crimson, you're amazing. Thank you for being here. Meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. I knew it! Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I had intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson where he picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency. Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruto-san. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be! Takasuchi Ouchi does not lose! Not to the likes of this yucky student! You better start getting used to tough opposition. Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. A 1,000 millennia may pass and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the No-Hodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, and what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi? Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on the journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke no Hodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry out onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke no Hodo, not guilty. And that's basically what you're supposed to do in every episode for whoever you defend in the Ace Attorney series. The court is now adjourned. That is basically the objective. Alright, we got a little bit left. I can't believe it. Oh, I'm sorry, Melly. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through all that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you. No. It was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Oh, I'm sorry, Melly. Good afternoon. All your hard work has definitely paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing what he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for... Yeah, basically this is a flashback of what happened earlier. Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order.